So who are we calling first?
Mark McNamara.
Who?
Mark McNamara.
The Steuben Manor,
Okay.
the first one.
Mike Gray.
Yep, 716 number.
And they've applied for 581A2 as well, Christopher?
Yes.
Yes, he is representing all projects from Steuben Manor and Mayfield. I believe he works for Barclay Damon.
Is he an attorney?
I believe so.
Okay.
Let's hope technology works.
They're claiming the value of the property is $100. I'm looking at the
I
agreement.
believe so, yeah.
That's for everything, all, how many units?
Yes.
Mark McNamara. Hi.
Has joined the meeting.
Hi, this is Mark
Hi, Mark. Can you
McNamara.
hear us here at City? Hi, Mark. Can you hear us here at City Hall?
Yes, I can.
Dave?
Yeah, okay, you're ready. Mr. McNamara, this is Dave Williams. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review. And we just want to swear you in. You promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth throughout this proceeding?
I do.
All right, very good. Now, you're grieving the Steuben Manor housing project?
Yeah, let me, you cut me off as soon as I go too far, but in the interest of saving your time, and Mr. Tuttle will understand this, what we are grieving is two separate properties. They're two separate projects, but the arguments with respect to both projects are exactly the same. So there's Steuben Manor is one of them, and then the other one is Mayfield 4.
Yep.
So if you want me to just continue, or
How many units in both projects?
Mayfield 4 is in the two-block section of Oneida Street. It consists of 5 SBL numbers, which are represent 5 buildings in which there are 15 rental units. And Steuben Manor is somewhat more complicated. It has 19 buildings. There are 49 units, and there are 37 SBL numbers.
I'm familiar with them because I'm familiar with them because I was the assessor at that time, and a lot of them are combined units, like a 3-unit, but they were given individual SBL numbers for future reference.
Yes, and in some instances, I think how I've just described them is how the owner of Steuben Manor deals with them. But when we look at the role, and Mr. Tuttle, or you may actually be able to clear this up, it looks to us as if some of the SBL numbers are for vacant parcel, but the way we deal with them is 19 buildings and 49 units.
All right, and so if I'm looking at your grievance that you have down for the value of the property as $100.
Yes, because our whole argument here is that both projects are RPTL 581A low-income housing projects. And the idea behind 581A is to implement New York State's public policy to encourage the development of low-income housing. And so if your project, your property qualifies as 581A property, which means that at least 20% of the residential units are limited to and subject to an agreement with a city or a state or the federal government or an instrumentality thereof, quote unquote, which restricts occupancy of those units to tenants who qualify for a low income test, then the assessor is required to follow the formula in the statute to value the property. And so from a qualifying standpoint, Mayfield 4, let me just hit that first. Mayfield 4 is party to an August 31, 2004 low-income housing regulatory agreement with the New York State Division of Housing and Community Renewal, which requires that 100%, not 20%, 100% of their units are for low-income housing. And similarly, Steuben Manor is subject to an April 16, 2007 low-income housing credit regulatory agreement with the New York State Division of Housing and Community Renewal to the same effect. So both projects qualify for 581A treatment, which then takes you to, here's the formula. And the formula is that the assessor is required under the law, under New York law, to value these properties based on the income approach applied to the net operating income of the property. And the net operating income is a defined term in the statute. And the net operating income is essentially the gross income less the operating expenses, except you don't get to deduct for mortgage, financing, or the expense on a loan. You don't get deduct for that. You don't get deduct for depreciation, nor do you get deduct for depreciation. Mortgage debt servicing and book depreciation you're not allowed to deduct for. So what we did, we come up with this $100 value, which is I recognize is an idiotic value, but when you look at the income and expense statements for 2018 and 2019 for these properties, the reality is that they operate at a loss. And we demonstrate that the key exhibits that we've submitted to the board are in the addenda. They're Exhibit B to each of the addenda that were supplied for each of the projects. And those are
For each building?
letters. I'm sorry?
For each building?
For each project, because each of all of the buildings are within the respective projects and are handled on that basis. All of the tenants in all of the buildings are subject to the low-income qualifying test, and then the financial statements are
Mr. McNamara, my question is here, it would appear that you're treating this like it was a one-unit apartment building rather than scattered housing units, which have individual sites and addresses and assessments and tax map numbers.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And respectfully, under the statute, under 581A, that's exactly how we're supposed to do it. It's one project. It doesn't make any difference how many SBL numbers there are.
You know what I'd like you to do? I'd like you to provide that very same verbiage to me. If you could find it in the law and send it to me, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, here's what I think what you want is I will do that, because it's not just a question of I'll do it in a letter form to the board that both quotes the statute, but also I'll throw some
I'd
case
like
law.
a copy of the law if we could, you know. I mean, I'm familiar with the law, but I'm kind of questioning that. I'd like to see a copy of the law, not a quotation of the law.
Okay, well, you have if you look at Exhibit A to both addenda, I've provided you a copy of the law.
Okay, we'll
The law
study it.
itself,
And did you provide us with the certified income and expense statements for each individual unit?
yes, yes and no. There is no certified statement broken out per unit. The certified statements, financial statements, are for the project as a whole, and they're required to report these to provide certified financial statements under their regulatory agreement. But and I believe we have provided those. The 2019 certified financial statements weren't originally available in April when we were dealing with Mr. Tuttle, but I believe we have provided those here. And if we haven't, it's only because they're not yet available. We provided the 2019 actual statements. If they're not certified yet, then I just can't remember whether I provided those. If I didn't, it's because they're not available yet.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Mark, I'll jump in quickly. I believe, to the best of my recollection, I'll have to check my email. I believe that you did provide the 19. I don't believe it was the audited version of the 19.
What I'm trying to, yeah, Chris, what I'm trying to remember, you are correct. What I'm trying to remember is, I know I didn't provide them in April. I provided what we had, which were not certified. But it seemed to me that the 2000, that they may have been certified by now, and I just need to check and see if I provided them. And if they have been certified and I did provide them, I will immediately provide them to the board along with the letter that responds to Mr. Williams' request in terms of the statute.
Okay. Any questions?
If I could just, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say one more thing, and it goes back to your question or comment about the $100 per building. As I say, that's an idiotic number. It's an arbitrary number because, as you know, if you have a negative number, if your net operating income works out to be a negative number, when you apply the capitalization rate, you're below zero. So using the income, applying the income approach as the statute requires, I just arbitrarily threw in the number of 100.
Well, you know, I'm very familiar with the law. I'm familiar that the law, how it's applied and how it's used, but again, it's very clear in there, and you probably read this too, that it's certainly not, you're going to pay taxes. The way you have it set up here, you wouldn't pay any taxes at all. You'd be practically tax exempt with that. So I'm going to question that, and we'll take a look at the the document tab. But I'm just looking at the. It still has to have an assessment. You can't tell me that if, or I have a hard time. I know real property very well, and if I took one of your buildings, and I'm familiar with them all, I've been in them all. Now, let's say you have a 6-unit, okay? What's it worth if you put it on the market today? Or let's take a look at the income and expenses on that individually versus molding them all together. I think you might have different numbers, but I don't know.
I agree 100%. I agree. I know exactly what you're saying, but let me turn the question around, I guess, to the board, which is, or to an appraiser. If you have a statute that says that you can only value this property on an income approach using not market rates, but using the actual income at that property, and that property's income is a negative number, and you can only use the income approach, it doesn't even make any difference what the capitalization rate is. You're going to end up with a number that's a stupid number.
So I guess I would question, how would the numbers differ if we were to take this and break them out individually versus one lump sum? We don't, the law is very specific, and I'm not saying this about your organization, but, a lot of times people run apartment complexes or developments poorly, okay? And so they might be not making very good money. So what would we do in that case? How would we look at it? So I think, we'll take a look at the income and expenses on the property and see if they're vetted individually for each unit, and see if we can come up with some numbers that we'll take a hard look at it.
Use the example. Let's assume that the properties, let me back up. The way the statute's written is based on that the net operating income has to be derived based on the actual income and expenses at the property. But let's say that you had, and this gets into an interesting argument, which is what you're raising, is let's assume that you had an expense that just would make absolutely no sense. They're paying their attorneys, $10,000 a unit for legal services. How could that possibly be? That's so out of whack with the rest of the market. And so, I've had at least one case where the town's lawyer made that argument that there was something that he objected to. It wasn't attorney's fees, but where he objected to an expense which he felt was out of line with what would be a typical expense in that regard. And the counter argument is that the statute doesn't allow for that. Now, it's still sort of an open question because there's no appellate decision on that. But if you look at these expenses, I don't think that you'll see that they're out of line. It's more that the income, they in fact charge below market rent. They spread the expenses for the project over all of the units, and all of the income is reported on an individual basis. So there was one thing that I did not provide, which I apologize for. I had provided it to Mr. Tuttle, and I intended to put it in the addendum, and I will supply that as well. But Exhibit E to the addenda is my follow-up email response to Mr. Tuttle's questions, and there were 2 attachments there that broke out the rent roll per building, both projects, and I neglected to attach those to the email when I included it in the addenda. And I'll provide that to you as well.
Okay. And the expenses?
The expenses are, as I said, are spread over all of the units, and I don't believe.
The point is that if we were looking, you have individual properties. It's not a 100-unit apartment building like the Michael Walsh Apartments or the Housing Authority. They're all has one tax number and you don't have they're not all together. They have individuals. But I'm just thinking, if we had income and expenses for these individually, I would like to know what these are worth individually versus just throwing them together, throwing them on a wall.
The expenses are allocated, at least in Steuben Manor, they're allocated on a per building basis. And I have that broken down and I can provide that to you. But again, everything is reported on a project basis. And you're familiar with the statute, so I recognize this is a little more challenging than the normal situation. As you said, if you had a 100-unit low-income housing apartment building, but this is essentially the same thing. It's just the 100 units are broken up into multiple buildings in different locations, but it's all under the same. It's the same project, the same financing, the same
I understand it's
regulatory.
the same project, but I kind of question whether you can do it all together. I guess we'll have our attorney look into that, see whether you can file for them all under one, or can it be done that way? So we'll take a look at that as well.
Okay.
Any other questions by the board members?
Michelle or Nick, do you guys have any questions? No? I think we're all set here at City Hall, Dave.
Anything else, Mr. McNamara?
I know that's all I have, and I'll follow up right away with what I promised. And if there's anything in the meantime that you need, if you or Mr. Tuttle just contact me, I'll be glad to get it to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Talk to you soon.
Bye, Chris. Mark McNamara.
Has left the meeting.
You didn't find the land.
It's on the second page. Yeah.
Oh,
Dave, could you hear everything okay on your end? Was that all right?
yeah, I could hear everything. It was a little muffled, but I could hear everything. Could everybody hear me?
Yep. We could hear you just fine.
Great. I thought that went well.
We're going to move on to number 2 right now, Dave, that we have scheduled, and that's there's actually 2 parcels. It's 150 North Genesee Street and 175 North Genesee Street.
Okay, that's the Genesee Lodge.
And it's under,
Which ones are these? It says
This.
so 150 North Genesee Street. That's number 10.
this is the I'm familiar with this property. Yeah.
And 175, which is number 11 on your list. Yes, let me pull those.
They paid $1,500,000 for it.
150 and 175. So Dave, you have a copy of those grievances, yes? 150
I do.
North Genesee Street.
150 and 175. Yeah.
Yes, being represented by Patrick Finnegan from Ryan LLC, and we'll dial him in just a moment, okay?
Yeah.
So these are the grievances they submitted, one for 150 and one for 175. And I don't have multiples of that.
Best Western this season.
Yes, they're hotels, one is
Those
a
are the
Best
new
Western, one is they're not the new ones.
Okay.
One's the Best Western and one is the, we included pictures in there too.
Hey, I have a question before we start. Which one is the Best Western? Is it 175 or?
May I see that for 1 second?
That one is.
175.
It's Best Western. Okay, it's the one right in front and back of McDonald's.
Okay, Patrick should be joining in just a second.
Okay.
This one is where, is the other one?
This is Daisy. I think this is the one behind Denny's.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's
There'd be here.
a Hampton or something.
Oh,
This is
okay.
This is
these
not-
are all right on Genesee Street.
Yeah.
Right.
So we did that.
No answer.
No answer?
That again?
If you could, yes, please.
Oh, 50.
4818. Dave, he didn't answer, so we're just gonna try to redial him.
Okay.
Patrick.
Has joined the meeting.
Hello, this is Patrick.
Hi, Patrick. Can you hear us here at City Hall? This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor.
Hi, Chris. How are you? Yeah, sorry, I didn't recognize the call there from San Francisco.
Got excited for a minute.
How is everything?
Going well, thank you. Dave, are you on as well? Can you
Yep,
hear?
I'm right. Patrick, my name is Dave Williams. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dave.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you promise to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. And which property do you want to take first? We have 150 and 175.
Let's go with the days in, which is 150.
Okay.
They're both kind of very similar presentations, if you will. So I guess it would be kind of an overall introduction leading into a property-specific breakdown.
Okay.
All right. So just starting out, generally, these are both limited service hotel properties. And as we know, there has been some pretty seismic shifts in the marketplace. It's been a great run for commercial real estate. There's about 41 consecutive quarters of positive growth. And surely that's been felt across all asset classes, no matter where you're at. But at the hands of a pandemic, here we have the second quarter 2020 results are in fact negative, and the hospitality sector is the hardest sector that was hit. The troubles going forward with the hospitality sector is businesses are closed, entire properties will be closed or are closing. Travel and leisure is not expected to recover for years. And market conditions and the general risk environment has altered greatly. These hotels are not only looking at a contraction of economic activity, but also an increased cost for the need of social distancing and the costs that are associated with making the few people feel comfortable. Just in regards to some 30,000 foot views here, the CBRE report as of the second quarter 2020 is forecast for the year at least a 52% decline in the RevPAR, revenue per available room, for all U.S. hotels. And that's even more magnified the further away from the cities that you go. So leading into property specific here, going to the days in at 150 North Genesee. As we know, the SSI has been the same year over year, just the equalization ratio decrease leading to the fair market value increase. But with these seismic shifts in the market conditions and property specific performance, we feel that there should be some type of adjustment made specifically for the 2020 tax year. So if we're on the first page of the analysis, with the picture of the property, it shows the historical assessed value as well as a couple points talking about the seismic shifts of the marketplace, which I just detailed. But if we go to the next page where there's actually a 5 columns, 5 different direct income approaches, the far 3 on the right are the actuals year-end 2019, 18, and 17. The middle left column being January to June 2020 annualized, so basically taking the first 6 months of the year and multiplying the revenue by 2. And then the pro forma is the result of an STR report and other market reports that we've accumulated and applied here. So if you take the 2019 year-end average daily revenue of 85 with the occupancy of 49% and a RevPAR of 42, you know, that's already pretty low in the first place, with the occupancy less than 50% for the year. And these summer months are absolutely crucial for these two properties, being that they're the highest ADR and occupancies that you see year over year, where it drops off drastically going into the fall and the winter months. So if we actually skip down past this analysis and past the next page, past the IE&Es, you'll get to the STAR report. These STAR reports are typical. They provide benchmarking, analytics, and other insights to the hospitality sector as a whole. If we're on the tab 2 side, I think this is page 11, where it breaks down by occupancy, ADR, RevPAR. So the current month, year-to-date, running 3-month, and running 12. And we're going to specifically look at the My property. Year-to-date, we see a less than 25% occupancy for this site. So it is definitely an indicator that this site is seeing their occupancy get cut in half. And specifically also with the ADR, their ADR is below $70 for a daily rental rate when it was north of 85 before. They're just asking people to please just stay there. And it is also, you know, the comp set, which is the next column over, show that the severe drop-off in occupancy and ADR as a whole for the city of Utica hospitality sector. And this is even this is highlighted on the next page with the graphs and whatnot. You can see the highlighted section, seeing that the summer months in 2019 are the revenue getters for this site, where the ADR is much higher than the winter months. And you can see that ADR over the 2020 summer, or leading into it, at least in June, is still below 70. So the biggest revenue getter for this property is they're not being able to get it. So this is kind of just, you know, signifying the market as a whole in the city of Utica for hospitality has dropped off drastically. So we made our pro forma as of 8/1/2020, the valuation date, a product of these market reports and the actual performance of the property. If we go back up to the analysis, we have a $70 average daily rental rate combined with a 25% occupancy rate, giving our revenue of $370,475. We understand that this is much less than what the year-end 2019 actual show, but honestly, this is just a result of a completely different risk environment and change in market conditions of the hospitality sector, specifically in Utica as well. We combine that with
if I could just jump in. So are you basing the value of this solely on the 2020 year-to-date numbers?
No, so basing the value on that as of
You feel this is worth $630,000
so
market value?
I'm saying that there has been a severe drop in the revenue that this property can even expect to produce, and the risk environment as a whole for anybody looking at a hotel property within the city of Utica or any other second or third tier city for that matter, the risk profile of that property has changed drastically. And that's what's being, I guess, shown in this analysis, is that the revenue figures of 2019 are long gone at the moment. And the cap rate and implied risks that go into these properties has increased greatly as a product of the the environment as a whole that we're in. So I understand that that number might jump out, but I think it is definitely, in terms of when we were looking at this before, with a market value or fair market value for 2020 proposed is just north of 1,800,000. A sizable decrease, I think, is warranted given the sizable drop in revenues and increased risk environment as a whole for the hospitality sector.
Right. I'm looking at that also. It's not that far along. They bought it for $3 million and then put a substantial amount of money into it. We know, and we certainly sympathize with the hospitality industry. I've done a little traveling up to Albany and they actually stayed at a hotel out there, and they've had to make a lot of changes to make people feel comfortable. But I guess travel is starting to pick up. Looking forward, you're looking for a permanent change. This might be a temporary situation. We look at they're calling for a vaccine in December, January. This could change drastically between now and next year.
Right, but I think that it highlights with the the summer months being the primary revenue generating months for City of Utica hospitality properties, where these properties have essentially missed those completely. The numbers that they're getting are very much off of the norm.
All right, but what about next year? I mean, you're looking to have the assessment reduced, permanently, and what happens if that changes next year?
Well, I think that in general, it is a market representation of that property. And as I said, it makes sense that these fair market values have increased for 41 consecutive quarters, but this is a negative year for that matter. And economic activity and general travel and leisure are not expected to pick up for several more years. And that's that's generally accepted within hospitality investors and underwriters for that matter.
I don't know. I think, if they get a vaccine in January or December, things could change drastically, don't you?
Yes, I do. But I think that in order to forward think in that mindset, we're valuing this property as of October 1st, 2020. And sure, we might think that there might be a vaccine, but what does that actually mean for this property? It means that it's still going through a cold winter with barely any revenue, and going into the next summer where, honestly, the travel and leisure of anybody going to this property is not guaranteed one bit.
Yeah, I hope that the owner of this applied for federal aid, and they had the opportunity.
I know what you're saying, but I think it's a general, consensus is that hospitality properties as a whole have really taken a haircut in regards to their long-term revenue generating prospects. And the risk environment for holding a hospitality property, the implied cap rate has increased greatly as well. So if anything, with the direct cap approach that this assessor has used, there should be some type of adjustment of upwards adjustment in the cap rate for a permanent moving forward valuation. If we want to stick with the stabilized revenue figures, even though that they're not going to be achieved for the next year or two at least, I think that at the very least there needs to be some consideration for a implied cap rate increase.
Patrick, in establishing a value and using your your expenses, do you typically use a capital, the franchise fee as part of your expenses?
Yeah.
In court?
I'm sorry, what?
If you had to go to court, would you think they would accept franchise fees as an acceptable, is that an acceptable expense?
I really can't answer that.
No? All right.
But I mean, with franchise fees in or not, I mean, I think we're talking more about the revenue number.
Well, you look at the expenses too with the revenue.
Right, but for purposes here, I guess we can just look at the historical direct cap that I have presented, and that comes in with just roughly or around where the fair market value has been for the last couple of years, right? So sticking with that, whether the franchise fee is in or not, maybe it would indicate a higher value, but I think that the revenue numbers are something that should come first before going to the expense figures. And the revenues are expected to be cut in half, if not, 3/4 for this year and into the next year. So the revenue producing capabilities of this site has been severely handicapped, and the implied risk of owning this site has been increased greatly.
Okay. All right. Any questions by anybody? All right. You want to go on to do you have anything else, Mr. Patrick, or do you want to go on to the next one?
I definitely would like to point to the cap rate support. I had the cap rate at 9. I was saying that the implied cap rate has increased a significant margin. And I definitely want to highlight that per an RERC second quarter real estate report, within the East region, second tier going in cap rate is 9.1% on average, and third tier is 9.8% on average. I think that these two properties being sub 50% occupancy and heavily relying on summer months for their revenue generation, I would say that a 9% or even higher cap rate is surely within reason. So I guess moving to the next analysis here, it's somewhat of a similar take on this property. I've detailed the same points on the first page with the picture of the property. And the same deal with detailing the historical proposed fair market value. If we could just go to the analysis where it breaks down the direct cap and the annualized and the pro forma, we see the same deal where revenues have been severely handicapped, and these ADR, average daily rate, occupancy numbers are a product of the competitive set and the city of Utica hospitality sector as a whole. It's the same principle that this hotel relies on summer months for their revenue, which they did not get whatsoever this year, and there's no saying that they're going to get it next year. So the revenue figure for this direct cap that Steph is using surely needs to be adjusted downward, or the implied cap rate needs to be adjusted upwards to reflect the increased risk environment.
Could you give us 2019 numbers for the year to date on this one?
So for this one, we have on the far right column the year-end 2019 actuals, which are also detailed within the 90 statement on the next couple pages. And then we have the January to June 2020 annualized, which is basically the first 6 months of the year times 2 for revenues. Use the same expense rate as the year-end 2019 actuals. And the revenue figure for pro forma for that is also a product of the competitive set from the STR report, ADR, and occupancy leading to the RevPAR.
Patrick, what was the occupancy on the 2020? It was not available.
Yeah, I know, and it was not available. Within our report, it was not available. But I mean, we have a RevPAR of $17, you know, and with the ADR and occupancy combination leading to a RevPAR of 20 in our pro forma, it's really within the range of what they're actually experiencing. Yeah, that was not a piece that we were able to get, but you know, surely as a whole, the numbers are a product of the competitive set in the STR report for the City of Utica hospitality properties. And that can be detailed on the following pages within the STR report, as you see. We have for a competitive set all around $70 per available room from the STR report, and occupancy getting towards the 30s range. But the point still stands that the revenue is you know, been cut in half at least, it seems. And there is no real course of action that really shows, I guess, results for next year. And these properties are going into the winter months where revenue is going to be very hard to come by. I understand that you're looking at a permanent sense, but I think in the permanent sense, the hospitality properties have.
Well, I'm looking at the market value in 2019 is the $3,000,008, almost $3,000,009. I understand what you're saying.
Right, but it's basically saying, yes, that property was fairly assessed as a 2019 year end, but the date evaluation here is August 1st, and I keep saying the word seismic shifts, and we truly have not seen anything like this in the commercial real estate market, and it's absolutely magnified in the hospitality market. Hospitality is the hardest sector that is hit. So moving forward, these hospitality properties, not only in the city of Utica, but the United States as a whole, are not expecting to recover for several years, just like the airline industry. And the risk environment for a prudent investor going into buying a hospitality property has increased greatly due to the handicaps of revenues and the increased implied expenses that would have to be incurred to operate in this environment.
Patrick, I know these expenses or these statements, income statements, are internally prepared. Do you have anything like an accountant certified income expenses?
I most definitely can get that. I don't have that handy, but I most definitely can request that information and have that over to you in a timely manner if need be.
Okay. All right.
Any questions here on this side?
Gotcha.
We're good.
Okay. Any other
Patrick, is there anything else you
want to add?
I think I've said it all.
Okay. Any questions by the board? Okay, Patrick, we thank you very much.
Great, Dave. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate your time. I want to thank the board's time as well. Thank you very much. All right. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. You too.
Patrick.
Has left the meeting.
Oh, letter. Forgot the letter. All right. Do we need to take a break because this thing went all wonky or no? Okay. Next, I think we're going to call.
So as far as, I mean, Steve asked him a lot of good questions. As far as looking at things from an income standpoint, we don't do that. Do we?
as the
As far as
board.
evaluation?
Dave, do you want to weigh in on that as the
Yeah,
chairperson? of the board?
yeah, I mean, typically, what I might do, I questioned the franchise fees. I don't believe that that is something that if you went to court and looked upon as what is traditionally looked upon as your income and expenses, that a $100,000 franchise fee is not considered an expense. It may be to them, but it's not looked upon as a normal expense. What I would typically do defer is we have an appraiser on staff, Frank. What's yeah, Frank, and we would have him take a look at the numbers just to kind of review them.
Okay.
You know, just to see.
I noticed I mean, I wasn't gonna dig in because I wasn't 100% sure if we even valued anything that way. But if you look at his numbers percentage wise, you see when New York was closed, the numbers dipped. And the last number he has for 2020 is June. What was their July worth? What's their August expectation right now? Because it looked like the percentage was way down in May, which was when we were still closed, and then popped back up in June as far as what they lost.
Right.
So was it getting better? I mean, I understand why they're, looking to save money wherever they can right now.
I said it with all sincerity. I hope that they had the opportunity to apply for financial aid through the federal government.
You did great.
Yeah.
That would be the cover for that. Who knows what the future is going to have? That's the thing. We knew
Dave,
that.
right now we're calling for 122 Business Park Drive.
Yeah.
Jennifer Marshall.
Has joined the meeting.
Good evening, Jennifer. Can you hear us here at City Hall? This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor.
Hi, Chris. Yes, this is Jen Marshall.
Hi, thanks. Dave, can you hear Jennifer as well?
I can. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Were you able by any chance to include Andy Lopez Williams on the invite?
I'll double check with IT. We can only have one call at a time, correct?
No, we can.
Jennifer, we're going to attempt to dial Andy in as well, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem. It should be right under Jennifer.
Andy Williams?
Andy Williams Lopez, yes.
Beautiful day today, isn't it?
Yes, but we're...
If this is
inside
fall,
handling
winter's coming.
expenses.
Oh, do you have a window?
We shut the blinds so we were not tormented by the beautiful weather.
Oh, I don't blame you. I used to have a lot of calls with them. I had some colleagues in Florida, and they always had their windows open, and the sun was always shining.
I think we're doing something wrong, but that's neither here nor there.
Sounds about right.
We're just attempting to dial Andy in right now.
Okay, and if you aren't able to do it that way, I might be able to do it on my end. I do appreciate you trying for me.
No problem.
Dr. Lopez? Hello?
Has
Good
joined the
afternoon.
meeting.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Lopez. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor at City Hall. Are you able to hear us okay?
I am. How are you doing, Mr. Tuttle?
Good, thank you. Dave, are you able to hear everything as well on your end?
Yes.
Okay. You're all set, Dave. You can go.
Okay. It's Dr. Williams, right?
Yeah,
Dr.
Lopez
Williams?
is fine.
Yep. All right. We just want to swear you in at this point. If you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. And we're looking at the property at 122 Business Park Drive.
Yes, sir.
And so you can go ahead and certainly open up to discussion.
Sure. So I believe you have all the materials from our application, including an opinion from a broker from Pyramid Realty. Basically, the tax assessment per our estimate, practically in terms of the amounts of rents that we're able to secure, and from Jeff, his report basically supports a much lower assessment, and therefore what we're hoping is a much lower tax base. To date, we have been very unsuccessful in being able to lease the property for the amount that would be necessary to not only maintain the building, but also pay the liabilities and upkeep the interior and exterior of the building. So I think the assessment has risen in the past couple of years, but actually we're looking for a significantly lower assessment as we put in the application.
Okay, and what is the assessment that you're requesting?
Is Jen Marshall there?
I'm here. Do you need to swear me in as well?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Jen, you would have that
You're
number
covered
from the
by
application.
you're covered by the owner.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes, so we went by both the purchase price, which was a little over $700,000, plus the broker opinion, which he gave us a range, and we chose the high end of the range, just trying to be fair. But the assessment is over the market value listed on the assessment is over 1.8 million, which is far in excess of what the broker opinion was. Let me pull that up right here.
So you're saying
the high end selling price he thought would be $793,120 for the property value, and that would be before the equalization.
Could you repeat that again for the board? How much the market valuation is?
Sure. So he gave us a range in the broker opinion. Let me pull up that page here. The price we put on our application was $793,120, which was the high end of the range that he gave us. But the actual range he gave us was $693,980 to $793,120. Did I say it too fast?
It's a little hard to hear, so if you could just repeat the range again, what was it?
Sure. 693,980, so 693,980.
Okay.
To 793,120.
Okay. And how many square feet is the building?
It's a little under 20,000 square feet. It's actually 19,828.
Okay, so go ahead and continue.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
So you can go ahead and just continue with your discussion of the value.
Sure. Just kind of reiterating what Dr. Lopez said, this is a challenging time for all businesses, and we've been struggling trying to rent out our units that are available, and they're really off the street, and we've lowered the price and still been able to rent them out. So the challenge will be, with the taxes what they are, trying to maintain the property and keep it looking nice. But if we can't do that because we're not equipped to do so, the tax liability will be even more difficult to maintain. We also are operating as a
Can I interrupt real quick? Could I make a suggestion? I don't know. I'm on a lot of phone calls every day, and I think the problem is if all the other lines aren't muted, there's a feedback because I can barely understand what Jen you're saying. I don't know if that's an option for us.
We have Erica muted. There's no one. Can you tell her to change her location or she take the phone from on? I think she got it on speaker.
Jennifer, are you on speakerphone by any chance?
No, I'm not. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So just to continue, basically we haven't been able to rent out the suites, and it's really prime office space, and we've lowered the rental costs as well. It's just too high for the tenants who have come through to be able to lease. It's also a very difficult season to be renting office space at all. And the challenge is going to be, you know, with the taxes what they are, maintaining the property and avoiding having it fall into disrepair. And then even beyond that, since we operate as a behavioral health clinic that serves special needs children, we really try to do everything we can to keep our rates down. So that's really the backstory and where we're hoping to get some relief to continue operating in the city of Utica and do everything we can to serve the special needs community.
Okay. I just have a couple of questions about the value. I mean, I'm familiar with the property, and I know the 770 that you paid for it back in 2050 was a short sale, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was a bank foreclosure. But
Yeah, it was a foreclosure, I believe, but to be candid, that was a rate that I think we probably even overpaid a little bit on that rate, and there were no real other takers for the property. We've entertained selling the building and trying to move our offices to a more financially attractive situation. And unfortunately, when we went to the broker and said, what can we list this for, he gave us right around the same amount, which was the high end. He said you could probably list it for maybe 790, 800,000, but you're probably going to have a little bit of trouble getting that back. So even though the short sale, I think it was favorably priced in terms of for the seller. And I don't think we have a really good option for selling the property for much more than we're talking about the current valuation.
I know, certainly the business park has had some recent sales, and certainly the trend appears to be changing toward. Like I look at the MetLife building, and I know they're getting in the range around $15 a square foot, and I understand there was an offer on 122 Business Park in the almost like 3 million range.
I don't know about we're 122, so I'm not sure which building. But if there's, we've had the property listed for rent for lease, and we have lowered the price, tried to lower it from 17, which we were able to get years ago, to 16 to 15, and we've had no takers. And people keep saying, "Well, I can get another property for a lot less."
Are you fully leased now, Doctor?
I'm sorry?
Are you fully leased now, or?
No, in fact, we're losing a tenant who occupies a significant proportion of the upper part of the building, about 6,000 or 7,000 square feet, and we ourselves, who operate part of the building, most of the bottom floor, we are considering moving some of our operations to a property out in New Hartford, because the taxes for a building that's much bigger is actually the tax liability is much lower. So I own a 37,000 square property in New Hartford, and the valuation is the same as the business park property in Utica. So, double the size, same valuation, lower property tax.
May I cut in too? Could you repeat what you said the recent sale price per square foot was? Did you say 15?
No, I
For similar
said
properties?
not 15. I said that I know the rentals have been increasing over the past few years. I know that over the Met Life building, I don't know what you call it now, but they took that 80,000 square foot building and it subdivided it, and we're getting around the $15 a square foot. But
Oh, okay. You were referring to square feet. I
yeah,
see.
square feet, yeah. Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add?
I guess I just would emphasize the point that, we're looking at comparables, and, I'm sure there are people out there buying properties and hoping to get some value out of them. But there are properties in the business park that have been sitting there for years, not able to sell. And I think the reality is, without tax liability relief, I'm faced with potentially a building that I can't afford to fix the parking lot, the surrounding area, the interior, and keep it up. And then by definition, I may wind up getting rid of the property and moving to another location, and the building will continue to lose value. And I'd rather not do that. I'd like to keep my investment, but I think the realities, the figures, boots on the ground don't support the current valuation. There's just no way there's no way this building's worth $1.8 million, not even close. It's not even worth $1 million in terms of the fair market value. So I would hope that we could balance the needs of the city to collect its tax base with the realities that I'm facing in terms of a property owner in Utica.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
All right. Any questions by the board members?
No, I guess what's the process in terms of here? How long should we wait to hear back?
Andy, you will hear a decision from the board in writing on or about October 1st.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then if we do not get a favorable position or decision, what is our recourse after that?
You have 30 days to file for Supreme Court.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, I second that. Thank you very much.
All right.
Bye.
Dr. Lopez?
Has left the meeting.
Jennifer Marshall?
Has left the meeting.
Okay.
We good to keep going? Do you want to step into executive session? Do you want to go over to our next one?
Executive session
Executive session will be a discussion that you and Dave have. The chairperson, regarding any of this so far.
You want to do it in sections like that?
It's up to you guys. Whatever you're comfortable doing. If you want to take a breather and just go over what you have so far to keep it
Yeah,
clear.
let's do that, just so we can go over
Okay.
some of the stuff and
So can you go into
that comfort
session
level.
now?
Maybe we'll have a little more questions for the next ones.
Dave, we're going
help Dave
to, hopefully in just a moment, go into executive session.
Okay.
It'll just be a minute till we get that.
Is there a way to order the pizza?
Yeah. I don't know who's delivering, but I
We're
think it'll.
gonna have it sent to your house, Dave, don't worry. And that's what I was doing. And
So can we do them
there's been a few recent sales that
he's just gonna take it down
Okay,
from live stream
okay.
and gonna pull like like executive session. You guys can still talk to it.
And it says, are we still recording or no? Or we don't want to record? We can't.
If we turn it down, no.
Chris, these are just comps you print, right?
Correct.
They didn't provide.
Chris,
Yes.
this recording is only for you.
This recording is only for us.
Yeah.
Positive. Okay. So I
You could
I
put on
believe, Talking about pizza.
Sitting
executive session, continuing with Grievance Day. Augustine, we're going to be dialing in 130 Business Park Drive, which is Scott Phillips. So Scott and Jack, they both represent, yep, tax consultants. So we're going to be speaking with Scott.
You said. Scott Phillips.
Yes. Together.
Yeah.
Similar to those. Similar situation.
A little easier to read.
Laid out.
This is a little bit. They don't even have their 2020.
Scott Phillips. Hello.
Hi, Scott. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor. Can you hear us here at City Hall?
I
Has
sure
joined the
can.
meeting.
You're in a big room, I can tell.
Okay. Yes, we are. I'm sorry. Dave, can you hear us well on your end?
I can hear fine.
Okay, you're all set, Dave.
All righty.
All right. I'm putting you guys on speakerphone. Can you hear me now?
All right. And could you say your name and pronounce your name, please?
Sure. It's Scott Phillips, Phillips.
Okay.
And I'm with Aspen Tax Consultants.
Okay. Scott, I'm going to swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. All right, well then you can go ahead and proceed and talk about this property.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you guys. Can I just quickly have at least first names or who's in the room so I can at least, have an idea?
I'm Dave Williams, the chairman.
Okay.
Nick Mancari.
First name, I'm sorry.
Nick Mancari.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle Thompson.
I didn't quite hear that.
Michelle Thompson.
Carol?
Michelle Thompson.
Carol, I got you. Thank you.
I don't think it's picking it up. Her name is Michelle Thompson. She's another board member.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm sorry. It isn't. It's tough. It's tough. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just want to get an idea. Thank you. And I think that's it. Is that correct? You, Chris?
Yes, and then me as well. Hi.
Oh, got it. Thank you. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate the time for this. We certainly recognize the financial situation that the Utica City is in and many during the pandemic. So we don't present this reassessment lightly, for sure. So, but we do, present the facts objectively, and so I appreciate that. So you want me to walk through our case?
Yeah, your property is currently assessed at 3 million. And
Yes, uniform percentage. Yeah, so I will be talking full market values for point roughly 8, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you say.
You said 3 million, but that's at a uniform percentage. So the full
Yes,
market value.
that's the assessment. That's not the market value.
Okay. So it's 30 Business Park Drive, Burstone Inn, and we're on the basis of an excessive market value using the method of the income and capitalization approach, which otherwise pro forma, that is called in commercial real estate. And that's very much the common method, whereby not a lot of properties are exchanged hands. And currently I don't see anything in Utica that has changed hands recently, so, or certainly not for sale. So what we've done is get the first full 2 years of the income and expense statements from Mr. Badgeftar, who's the owner of the property for 2018, 2019. We withdrew, as typical, any mortgage, any interest, and any real estate taxes. And the expenses that you see here are actually from their profit and loss statement for 2018, 2019. And then a developer who would, or potential buyer would typically do, is we added on a typical management fee of 5%, as you see down at the bottom, and then a typical real estate reserve of 3%, which is an emergency fund for unforeseen roof repairs, AC, damage to the property that is not foreseen outside of regular routine maintenance. Okay. So, you guys have any questions there from there before I go further?
Nope, you can go ahead and proceed.
Okay. So you can see we average those in the columns to the right, called stabilized. So the net average income is $491,000, which is not the actual amount. Again, the actual amounts are significantly less with the property when you factor in taxes and mortgage interest, mortgage payments and interest and so forth. So, for instance, even 2019, there was a $3,500 net operating income negative. So it has had declining income and declining profits, which I can explain a little bit later.
I'm sorry, Christopher. What page are you on, Scott?
I'm sorry. I'm referencing the capitalization account, which is the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
Page 1. I apologize for that.
Should be the 6th page, Dave, in our packet.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Under 18, 19, and then a stabilized column.
Yep.
Yeah. So then, as is typical, you take the net operating income divided by capitalization rate, which is 17.43%. And that capitalization rate is derived from the Wren and Murphy capitalization chart, which I gave you. I don't know what page it is, but the fourth quarter, which is the most recent data they still have, that shows market investment rate surveys. And this is an average in hotels and motels of 10.75%. That accounts for the condition, accounts for location, so it's average. It's not low, it's not high. And then we add on the current latest rate for the city, school, and the county. And that's what comes up with the 17.43%. You divide that and you come up with the full market value of $2.8 million, or at 59.5% uniform percentage rate of 2020, which I understand is the new rate. That comes in at 1.6 for the assessment, 1.7 for the assessment.
Okay. I have a question regarding the sheet there.
Okay.
I'm assuming you've gone to been involved in search surveys?
I'm sorry?
You've been involved with certiorieries going to Supreme Court?
I have not personally, but Jack Cooney has for sure.
All right. So I had a couple of questions. I've never seen franchise fees included as an expense under an income and expense statement.
Okay. So why don't you think it would be?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know if that would be considered something that would fit in there. I'll look into that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be, it's a $400,000 or $300,000, $400,000 expensive franchise for marketing. I don't know if that would be. Can you tell me what general administration is? $100,000, 568.
For what? For two? Yeah.
For 18 and 19.
Yeah. Hold on. General admin is that 120,000, 119,000. So that is a breakout of bank and credit card fees, licenses, office supplies, postage justice, professional fees, travel, cell or wireless expenses, cell phone expenses. Okay.
Okay. Under a column, you have food and beverage, and then above that, you have room expenses, food, supplies, etc. What?
So food and beverage department, which is a total roughly about, I'm looking at this 2019 just for clarity, $475,000, $474,000.
The food and beverage are expenses. What's the income from that?
Those are the expenses. So the income from that is $373,000 for 2019.
How much?
$373,000 2019.
For what year?
2019, 19.
Okay. Property operations and maintenance, what is that fee?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Property operations and maintenance.
Yep. So 154. Building supplies and repairs, cable expenses, elevators, equipment expenses, grounds and landscaping, outside contracting again for electric and mechanical, pool supply, waste removal, and other rental expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then you have a real estate management fee?
I'm sorry?
Real estate management fee?
Yep. That is a typical 5% standard fee that developers or potential buyers would typically have.
Okay. And I've never seen that on an income and expense statement, so that's a little different, but.
Yep, if you look up, pro forma, that's very standard in commercial real estate to assess the value of property for purchase.
All right. Well, we'll have our appraiser. We have a in-house appraiser. We'll have to take a look at it and look at it from there.
Okay.
So go ahead and continue.
I'm sorry?
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So back to the franchise fees, that's part of almost every hotel, unless it's private, has a brand. When you type in Holiday Inn or Hampton Inn, those are franchise fees that have some standardization to them. Obviously, brand awareness, whether it's a drive-by or whether it's a Google search, you're looking for something, you have an expectation as a consumer for the quality, for the experience and so forth. So those owners pay franchise fees for that. So that's where a franchise fee, unless it's an independent hotel where they're on their own, and it's,
So is that your real estate management fee, is your franchise fee?
No, not at all. No, franchise fee is completely different line item. And it's expensive. Okay, so, and the last thing I'd like to believe is the purchase price, which I think that is what the assessment is currently based on. Does that sound right?
I don't have the computer here in front of us, Scott. I do not believe that assessment had changed from years past. So I don't believe even with the purchase price, we do not reassess upon sale. So that's not something that we would have changed an assessment on.
Okay. So the current assessment is based on what?
The current assessment, unless there had been any type of renovation or any type of rehab to that property, that current assessment or providing any type of former grievance or court order, that would have been placed on the property back in 1998, 1999, when there was a full citywide reassessment.
Okay.
So excluding any type of court order between now and 1999, that's what the assessment would have been.
Okay.
It would have remained at that assessment.
Yep. So, you know what? The proposal here for this new assessment is based on the real numbers for the market value today, based on over 2 years of profit and loss, profit and income, income and expenses. And the thing that you guys will likely look at is the purchase price. This hotel was purchased in December 2019. So the numbers you see now are for the first 2 years of ownership. Okay, this does not include COVID. COVID is a whole other animal, as you guys know. So even the first 6 months of this year, 2020, they're operating at less than half of the income and a negative of $300,000 profit. So I don't even know what July, August, and September may be for the third quarter, but it likely won't be any better. But nonetheless, we're talking about full operating, costs, not COVID related at all. So when they purchased the property, they purchased it based on the value of the 2017 income and that it was branded as a Holiday Inn. And that is the potential. So Holiday Inn did not renew their franchise in 2018. So they lost that. So they go to a lesser choice hotel, which does not have the awareness and income or, customer base that a Holiday Inn does. And second of all, I should say second of all, and I don't know what other concessions there were in a purchase price, so that is, as any purchase price, there may be concessions, there may be tax reasons for a purchaser to pay something, but something concrete is that they lost the value of the purchase price was built into Holiday Inn franchise being renewed each year, and it wasn't immediately. So, and the reason they did not renew is because Holiday Inn, IHG Group, is proposing to build another hotel in Utica under Avid. So I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not, but that was the reason they gave Mr. Vajapdar for not renewing. So Mr. Vajapdar had to go out and find another sponsor franchise, which is now Choice. And that has definitely declined their profits. In fact, if I can read this to you from Mr. Vajapdar, the owner, the purchase price was based on the fact that the hotel is associated with IHG Holiday Inn franchise on the hope that they will renew the franchise agreement. The IHG did not renew the franchise as there is a plan and application to build another 90-room limited service IHG Avid product in Utica. Going from IHG to Choice Flag Flags being the brand. Even without COVID-19, our revenue would have dropped 20 to 35%. When we valued the hotel, it is based on the revenue forecast. The price would have been a lot less if we had known that IHG would not renew the franchise agreement.
Looking at the Burstone Inn profit and loss statement.
Yep.
I'm looking at the first page and it says, this is obviously prepared in-house.
Yep.
And it's at 2019 January. But then the second page, it refers to 2001, 2006, 2008.
Oh, no, those are line items. Those are line items. So you'll see each itemization, each description has a number next to it. That's the software. So if you skip down to the next room where it says 3,000 is room expenses. Okay, 4,000 is cleaning expenses. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right. What are, I just have to ask because what stands out, what are laundry taxes?
I'm sorry, what are laundry what?
Laundry taxes.
Laundry taxes?
Yep, it's right there under the payroll expenses 2013.
Yeah, I see for $4,000. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Is there any chance that you could provide us an income and expense statement that's certified by an accountant?
Very likely.
Okay. That would probably help us more than this.
I'm just writing that down. And what's the deadline for that?
Well, would you tell us how long you need?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How long do you need?
I don't know.
Okay, would 2 weeks?
Okay, yeah. Mr. Vajitar is extremely responsive, and I have no doubt that it'll be very fast, but that depends on his accountant, right?
Yep.
And 2019, or do you want 2018 and 19?
Well, I mean, whatever you have available. I mean, 2019 would probably be adequate, a full year.
Okay.
I'm looking at some of these numbers. Internet fees, almost $17,000. That's. I don't know what they're doing there. All right, so you can go ahead and continue.
Okay. I have made my presentation.
Okay.
So you guys wait for that in order to make a determination. Will you wait for the presentation from an accountant on the profit and loss?
Yeah, I mean, you must have, you probably have an accountant do all this, or you have a tax return. So sure, that would help us because I know some of these expenses are, you know, there's a lot, but that would help us kind of trail it down a little bit.
Yeah. But even so, some of these expenses, it's in the ballpark. So even if you're looking at $17,000 or $4,000 in taxes, you take that out, we're still at a significantly lower assessment. Yes.
Hey, does any other of the board members have any questions?
No.
No, we're
No
all set here.
questions.
Okay,
Okay,
so if you guys have not been to the property, it's very clean. It's being rehabbed and floored. It's got lots of new furniture and fixtures in all the rooms. And I can tell you, Mr. Badgathar is professional. He runs has great staff running it, and they have great customers, annual customers. The Unadilla Motocross, the Motocross Nationals from Unadilla, they routinely come up and stay with him. Of course, Hamilton College, Utica College events, and the parents, all that, Boilermaker, and weddings, retirements, etc. So they do a decent business. So I want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. It's a great asset to Utica.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for sending us this information and presenting it.
Thank you very much.
Scott, you will hear from the board in writing. You will hear from them on or about October 1st with their decision.
Yep, for the tax rolls. Yep, okay.
Correct.
So my job is to get you guys a certified profit and loss statement for 2019 from an accountant. And then let me also just finish up that we feel, we've worked on this property for months, that the preponderance of this profit and loss statements, the condition, and the conditions with which it was purchased and how it declined in value there, not taking into consideration COVID, and we're not even going there. And we recognize it's a long stretch for you guys to lower it by that much. So I'm talking about a full market value. So if you guys want to do your 59.5% or 59.5% UPI, then if you look at a full market value stipulation of roughly 3.3 million, we would not seek judicial review.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other final questions from the folks?
No questions.
We're all set. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time. And thanks for making this technology work. I appreciate it very much.
No problem. Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye. Scott Phillips?
Has left the meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
We are going to, Dave, the next one we will call in is 1105 Lennox.
Okay, let me, Lennox. So,
Yeah, but that says later 5 to 7. That is
okay.
going to be John
Aitken.
Aiken, 1105 Lennox.
Okay. This is a single family house.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, I did.
So this one we're going to jump gears just a little bit. This one is going to be residential, one family home on the west side. Dave, you have that grievance as well?
I'm looking right at 5 Lennox.
Okay, we're going to dial him in just a moment.
John Aiken?
has joined the meeting.
Hello?
Hi, John. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor in Utica. Are you able to hear us?
Hello, yes, this is John.
John, this is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor in Utica. Are you able to hear us okay?
Yes, Chris, I can hear you just fine.
Dave, are you able to hear as well?
I am. John, my name is Dave Williams. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review. And
Hello, Dave.
We have Nick Mancari and Michelle Thompson here as well, sit on the Board of Assessment Review. I'm going to swear you in now, okay?
Sure, thank you.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the whole truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, very good. All right, so why don't you proceed and talk to us about 1103 Lenox Ave? Or is it 1105?
Yes, yep.
What do you live next door?
Yes, I have the house next door, and I right now I'm kind of in between there and Remsen.
Okay.
As far as living there, I still have all my stuff there, but my wife has a farm up in Remsen, so I'm kind of in between the two places at different times.
All right. So, well, you can go ahead and proceed with your case.
Yeah, I currently it's assessed for $22,000, and I purchased it for $15,000, and I asked to have a consideration of having the assessment lowered to $19,500. And the reason why I'm asking for that is over the years, I've owned it approximately 15 or so years. I've had more and more trouble keeping decent tenants in the house. It's a single family house. And so it like last 20, right now I have it currently occupied, but last year in 2019, I had 4 months that I didn't have it rented. A woman had left in the end of 2018, and then it seemed like every time I mentioned Lenox Ave, I got people that were saying, "Oh, we're not really interested in that area," and I have a whole list of things that have happened there on the Lenox Green area over the years, and currently we've had some shootings and different types of things, and I think that has scared some potentially decent tenants away from that neighborhood. So keeping that in mind, that's why I had asked for a reduction in the assessment.
Okay. And what do you think this is worth?
I put 30,000 on my paperwork, and I think that it's a decent house. I've done a lot of upgrades over the years, and it's on a real small lot. There's a little driveway and then a small yard. It's fenced in. The whole lot is fenced in. I think it was 65 by 50 roughly, but I think I could probably get 30 for it as it is now.
Did you supply us with any sales in the neighborhood to give us an indication?
I didn't do anything. My argument was mainly based on the availability of renters that are responsible and come up with a rent. That was my sole argument.
Well, the rental business is a tough business. It's a full-time job.
It is. I agree 100%.
Yeah. Okay. And what do you get for rent over there?
I charge $800, and the tenant pays everything.
Okay.
Unless I got to constantly chase them down for the water, but over the years I've gotten stuck here and there. But for the most part, the water gets paid by the tenant.
Okay. All right. Michelle, Nick, do you have any questions?
No questions here.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate your coming to us in this manner. we'll look this over very carefully, and we'll notify you no later than October 1st in writing of our decision.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you all taking the time and on a beautiful night to have to sit there in that wherever you are. But I appreciate everything that you guys do for the city, and thank you for your consideration on my request.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, you're welcome. Have a good evening. Thanks again.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. John Aiken
has left the meeting.
Gee, everybody keeps talking about how wonderful the weather is outside. You know?
What's it like?
Don't look
know.
outside and you'll be fine.
It's a great fall day.
We should have had this out in Hannah Park.
Yeah, outdoor grievance. We're going to move right along. Let's take that one. You guys are all set with that. Dave, if you have it, the next one that we will do is 319 Lamond Place.
Okay, let me grab that up here really quick.
This is 319 Lamond Place, again, residential. Karen provided some pictures, some letters, and then again,
I'm sorry, what was the address again, Christopher?
319 Lamond.
I got it right here. Is that a, it's a single family residence?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right, I got it.
All right, we're dialing her in right now.
Sharon Jackson
has joined the meeting.
Good evening, Sharon. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor in Utica. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Mr. Tuttle. Thank you.
No problem. Dave, can you hear as well?
I can, thank you.
You're all set.
Sharon, my name is Dave Williams. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review, and also on the Board of Assessment Review is Nick Mancari and Michelle Thompson.
Okay.
And I'm going to swear you in right now, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, well said. Then you may proceed to tell us about your case.
Okay. I've submitted 2 letters. Mr. Tuttle, you're still on the line with us, correct?
Yes, we're all here, Sharon.
Okay. So I've sent 2 letters, Mr. Tuttle, to you. One was dated August 15th along with August 17th. I've also furnished you with pictures of what's occurring next door at 321 Lamond Place. Up until this point, I felt that my assessment on my home was correct. Unfortunately, a new neighbor has just recently moved into Lamond Place, and there has been nothing but turmoil since he has arrived. His property is basically turning into a dump yard. That's all I can say, is that that's what it looks like when I go into my backyard. There are huge industrial shipping containers in the yard. There's garbage everywhere. There's debris. There's scrap metal, wood, miscellaneous stuff scattered throughout the yard. Yesterday, most of the yard, well, actually 75% of the yard is now dirt. He has dug up all his grass. Yesterday, he continued to dig the yard up. I'm not sure what's going on there, but that's why I'm filing this complaint. The value of my property has drastically been reduced since this man moved in next door. I felt it was fair. I looked at comparable properties on Lamont Place. Then a few days later, I went back on the website because I know that you wanted to look at comparable properties that were recently sold. And the only thing that I could come up with was, and I furnished you with a screenshot from your website showing the three properties that I compared against mine. There was one on French Road at 447 French Road, and there was one on Roosevelt Drive, 221 Roosevelt Drive, that were recently sold. Both were sold. The one on French Road was sold at 2019. The one on Roosevelt was at 2020. I also furnished you one, but that one on Hobson Street, but that one went back to 1997. Now, the one on French Road, that was assessed at 57.4. I am currently assessed at 59.8. The one on Roosevelt Drive was assessed at 59,800, very close to mine. But again, it's the fact what's occurring next door to me. I also looked at four properties on Lamont Place in my first letter of August. Actually, on my letter of August 17th, I looked at four properties on Lamont Place. Three are currently, let's see, with the one at 315 Lamont Place that was assessed at 47. 309 that was assessed at 50,960, and one at 313 Lamont Place, which was assessed at 51,900. Again, it's all based on the neighbor next door. If I was to try to sell my property today, I don't feel that I could get the same amount that I could 4 months ago prior to this man moving in next door to me. And I am working with zoning, I am working with codes to try to resolve some of the activities and destruction of property that's occurring next door to me. But
Sure.
this is going to be a long process.
I'm glad you reached out to code, because that was going to be my first question is, have you filed a complaint with codes, and what's happened with that?
Yes. Well, it started with the zoning board. Lamont Place residents came together about 2 weeks ago on a call with the zoning department, and this man has been ordered to move the industrial shipping containers out by the end of September. If he doesn't comply with that, he will be fined. My opinion is it's going to be a long process. I think he's going to do whatever he has to do to keep those there. He has an attorney. I don't know what's going to happen, but he has been instructed to remove those industrial shipping containers by the end of September. Now, Codes has been here several times. I'm working with Marcus Phillips. He stopped by last week to take a look at what's occurring. And basically, he advised me that this man will be cited if the property is not cleaned up. But it is really an eyesore, and that's why I felt the need to file a complaint. I don't know if I can live next door to this man, and if I put my home on the market right now, I really don't think that I could get the same value that I could have 4 months ago. It's just a disaster. And I'm reaching out to as many people in the city that I can so that something is done here, because I shouldn't have to live under these conditions with this new neighbor. So I felt the need to voice my complaint with the assessment department as I did with codes and zoning.
I looked at the pictures, and I certainly, what you say, what did he move in 4 months ago?
4 months ago, and it has gotten worse because every day now I take pictures of the additional debris and garbage and metal that he brings in and just dumps into the backyard. Not to mention that he cut all my trees down on one side just recently, but I know that's not an issue that you can deal with, but that's another issue I'm having. It's out of control. This man came from 2 blocks away, and there was nothing but problems over 2 blocks away in his former residence. So Codes is aware of this man's history. But now, unfortunately, he has moved next door to me, and somehow I have to deal with this. And I'm having a hard time dealing with it.
Well, we certainly can't blame you. That's got to be very frustrating, and I'm certainly glad that you are working with Codes and zoning, and hopefully they will resolve this issue for you.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's not only me; it's the entire neighborhood that went to bat on that meeting 2 weeks ago with the zoning department. Because not only has he devalued my property, the value of my home, but the surrounding homes also.
The issue at hand here is I can look at your house and the neighborhood, and I'm very familiar with it. I live in South Utica myself.
Okay.
And I'm sure the other board members are too, as they are both real estate professionals. It's clear, you know, your home is very similar to other South Cape Cods, and I'm certain you could get well over $100,000 for it. The big question is, when we look at this, we have to look at it and say, you know, what is how much do you look at this and say it's worth 120, but what would it sell for as a result of this situation, which may end up working out? Maybe they'll fine him and take him to court and have him do that. I'm hopeful. But I guess the question is coming up with a number that actually would damage, if any. We don't know. Maybe somebody would come in and buy this and put up a fence or.
Well, that's a possibility, but you can still see over the fence, and it's just, I'm worried that if I put the home, which I look every day now for houses online because I don't know if I can tolerate this, but if I was to put my home on the market right now, what would happen?
That's a good question.
Right.
Good question.
And I've been here for 60 years. I've been here for 60 years. I've never filed a complaint with the city regarding my assessment. My assessment was fair until this man moved in.
Understand. Is there anything else you want to add?
I don't think so. I think you have the pictures that I submitted. I could furnish you with more, but I think you have an understanding of what I'm dealing with. And you know that I'm dealing with the codes and zoning, and like you said, maybe it will be resolved, but from his history, I don't think it's going to be resolved. I think it's going to be a long time, and he's going to give the city a real hard time before action is taken to resolve the mess that's occurring in his backyard. And I know there's many people on the Lamont Place that have voiced their concerns with zoning and the codes department. So if that's something you need to confirm, by all means, it's out there for the record that, you know, of what's occurring here at 321 Lamont Place.
Yeah,
so,
I'm shocked looking at the picture.
Yeah, and those were you know, about a week ago. So since then, it has gotten worse.
Oh.
And this man is not approachable. You know, it's just the police have been here many times. And it's just, it's disturbing.
It's got to be very frustrating for you. I'm sorry for your
extremely frustrating that what he has done to this property that I've lived next to for the last 60 years, which was very pretty, very pleasant, very quiet. Now it's just chaotic.
Yeah. Nick, Michelle, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, well,
But if there's something that you could do to resolve the problem next door for me, that would be wonderful. Then I would just say, leave my assessment as is. But I don't think there is.
well, I guess maybe like you, we're hopeful that zoning and the codes department will prevail and take care of the situation and
I hope so.
put you in a better spot.
I hope so. And I'll just keep after, if whatever your decision is, I will just keep after Mr. Phillips and the codes department, and I will continue working with him. And in the meantime, also possibly consider relocating, because this is just a real mess here.
Yeah.
And
well,
something
that'd
needs to be
shame.
done.
Yeah.
Because South Utica's
Thank
a nice area.
you. Thank you very much for
You're very welcome.
coming in, and good luck to you.
Thank you. And will I hear from you in writing? Is that how the next
Yes,
step occurs?
by October 1st, we'll send out you should receive a statement in writing from us. That's our decision.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out, and whatever the decision is, thank you for your time this evening.
Welcome.
Bye-bye now.
Bye, Sharon.
Thank you.
Wow, what a shame.
You never know.
Sharon Jackson.
What's a shame?
Has left the meeting.
Who's that guy?
We've never seen him before. You can, no, he doesn't have to.
I don't have to. I'm just gonna say hi to David.
Is Chris?
Oh, I'm on that side.
No, this side. You gotta keep
Yeah,
going this way.
so I'm that way.
Oh, hey, Frankie.
Hi, David, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good, how are you doing?
Good. Good, thanks.
And Michelle? Hi, nice to meet you. Michelle. Yeah.
Thanks.
We're gonna
Hey, Frank, we may have you take a look at some, we've got several hotels that have applied and given us income and expense statements, and some of the expenses are very interesting. We wonder if you might take a look at that and see
Yeah, of course. Whatever you need, David. Yeah.
Dave, the one we're going to dial in next, we're going to dial in 131 Genesee Street, Boston store.
Okay.
Our
I have a question about that.
Yes. Yeah, Richard Cohen's going to represent.
Representing Mr. Cohen?
Yes, correct.
All right. So what was there was a complete renovation of this building. You remember what the cost was? Maybe we have building permit or?
We have the press release of 2 million, over 2 million, but it doesn't have how much over.
Okay. That's what we're looking at. Okay.
So we're going to dial Mr. Cohen in now, Dave.
All right, very good.
Was it Dan Cohen?
Richard.
Richard Cohen
has joined the meeting.
Good evening, Richard. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes. Hi, Chris. Thank you.
Dave, can you hear on your end?
Yes, Richard, Dave Williams, how are you?
Good, Dave. How you doing?
Good. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review, and also I have my board members here, Nick Mancari and Michelle Thompson as well. You're representing the owner?
Yes, and Brian Gaetano, who is a representative of the owner, is also available if you don't mind me conferencing him in.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to swear you in, or the both of you in, when we get him online.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to conference him in.
He's going to call him. I don't know if we're able to hear them. at the same time, but if not, maybe Rich can hang up with Gaetano and we can dial Gaetano directly.
Yeah, let me give us the number and we can dial.
Let's see if what he's going to do works. No one's ever tried that before.
Conference and office phone.
With Chris Tuttle, are you there?
I'm here. Yep.
Okay, Dave, he's on the phone with us.
Hey, Brian, Dave Williams, how are you?
Good, David. How are you?
Good. I'm chairman of the Board of Assessment Review. Also joining me is Nick Moncari and Michelle Thompson on the board. And if it's all right, I'll just swear you and Richard in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right. So go ahead and present your case.
Sure. So just as a little background, when Brian had the new tenant at the 131 building, we actually went down, Brian and I had a meeting with Lonnie at the time. And Brian had given them an idea of exactly what they were going to do there, which mostly was retrofitting the building to the new tenant and simply getting it ready for the new tenant, making some repairs where there was water damage and some other things. So at that time, we were just discussing with Lonnie whether we should apply, I think it's 485B program. And Lonnie indicated no, there was no reason to do that because these are mostly cosmetic repairs and getting the property ready for the new tenant and not any kind of capital improvements or, construction type of work, that there wouldn't be any change in the assessment. So we wouldn't even need to make the application under, I think it's 485B. So we didn't, and then we got the new assessment. And so that, to be honest, is the background of what happened. And we were surprised. I'm sure Brian was surprised when he got the letter because it wasn't long ago that we had met with Lonnie. I can't even remember, Brian, if it was 6 months ago or just before the pandemic.
Yes. And the thing, Dave, and the committee, basically, RCIL took over the former Apex space. What was done there was a removal of ceiling tiles, a removal of lighting, a removal of carpeting, and painting. The majority of all of that was more of an upgrade of what was already existing there. So I believe that from that point of view, I never thought that there would be an increase in assessment, and I believe the previous assessor felt the same way.
What was the prior assessment, if I can ask, Brian, just so the board knows, what was the assessment prior to Lonnie raising it?
I think the assessment is $555,000.
Correct.
I don't have that in front of me, Richard. I don't know if you do.
I don't have the application. I apologize, but I believe that's correct, and it went up 444,000
or something.
444.
Correct.
So what was the amount again? 440?
The previous assessment was 555,000.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
And there's been no major change. I've got 2 vacant floors. That building had been vacant for at least 3 years with Apex gone. Never went in for a reduction. So I guess, Dave, where I'm coming from is 90% of this thing is cosmetic improvements of what already was there to entice a tenant to come in.
Actually, Brian, it wasn't even only cosmetic. I mean, there was some damage and water damage.
And repairs,
we actually repairing stuff that had got damaged in those 3 years of vacancy.
All right, I'm just looking at our notes here. I mean, I'm seeing that the press release stated that there was $2 million invested in this project. Would that be by you or the tenant?
The tenant paid for the improvements.
Okay. All right. So there was $2 million
Now, I don't think
invested in the property.
If I may ask, if I may tell you also, if she made that statement of $2 million, you have to remember furniture and fixtures were all on RCIL also. So basically, they bought, I believe, 200 cubicles that brand new cubicles that were put in there. So FF&E was also included in that number. And then they paid for the things that I've told you about, the ceiling, the lighting, the painting, and the carpeting.
All right. So one more question, if you don't mind. On this lease to RCIL, is it a triple net lease? Do they pay the taxes?
No, they pay for 50% of the taxes, and they pay 50% of the insurance because they felt that, you know, I still had 2 more floors. So okay. No, they feel they have 50% of the building, so that's what they're doing.
All right. So you're, yeah, I guess, so they occupy what percentage of the building?
Approximately 50%.
50.
There's 2 other floors in that building that are completely vacant.
Are they using them for storage?
No.
Okay. All right. So you can go ahead and proceed if you have something else you want to.
I don't think there was really anything else, Brian. I think that was what we
No, I think that was our. Yes, that was our. Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Brian. Richard.
Yes.
Can I ask what's the length of the lease that RCIL has? How long did they sign up for?
They signed a 10-year lease. And right now she's 25% occupied because of COVID.
What's included in the in your lease again, please? What's included in the price?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
What's included is the tenant is paying 50% of the real estate taxes, and they're paying for their own electricity. I can't remember, Brian, if you sub-metered out or if that's all on one meter in the building, but they're the only one in there using electricity at this point.
They're the only ones using the HVAC, so they're paying for that, yes.
Okay.
And 1/2 of the insurance.
How much are they paying for the lease?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
How much
how much is their yearly lease?
How much is the yearly lease?
The yearly rent, yeah.
I don't have it in front of me.
I apologize. I don't have the lease in front of me either. So on a square foot basis, I can't remember what the square foot price was. Was it 10?
It was around, no, it was below that. It was around, I'm going to say $8 to $9 a square foot. Half of the taxes, half of the utilities. Excuse me, half the taxes, half the insurance, and they pay the utilities.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
How much of that space, do you have square footage of how much RCIL occupies out of the entire square footage? I know you said half, but do you have a breakdown?
Well, the building has 35,000 gross square feet of floor. So 70,000 square feet, the upper 2 floors are totally vacant. APEC originally had 70,000 square feet in the basement area, what have you, but when some of that space in the basement area was not, I don't think it was leasable. So basically right now, what RCIL has is 55,000 square feet. So that's the rentable to RCIL, and there's 70 more thousand square feet that are vacant.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have the press release here, but I keep looking, just reading it over, and I do get a question regarding that. It says that RCL is leasing 2 floors.
They take the lower level, which is the basement, which they have their cafeteria and their training rooms, which APEC had, and they have the entire first floor where they have 200 cubicles and offices.
Okay.
So we can assume that RCIL is paying somewhere between 440,000 to 450 a year?
I would say that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Brian, are you allowing for, can they or you still rent out the other portion?
Can I rent out the others? You mean the other 2 floors?
Yeah.
The other 2 floors have no HVAC, no electricity. Right now, it would have to be totally renovated.
They're not currently rentable.
They're not rentable right now,
They're
no.
not currently rentable. All right, so we look at that. Okay, all right. All right. Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Well,
Brian, I don't think so. Go ahead.
Well, the only thing I'd like to say to the committee is that I feel that based on what's happened here in the last year, I mean, if this happened this year, we'd have a vacant building. There's been repairs to that building. A tenant moved in who did cosmetic repairs predominantly. So I really feel that the increase in assessment is unfair.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Michelle, Nick, do you have any other questions?
No other
Not at this
questions.
time, no.
All right. Mr. Tuttle, any questions?
No, you will hear, Brian Richard, you will hear from the board their decision on or about October 1st. You will hear in writing from them.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add one thing, if I could. You know, Brian, when he was doing this and we asked for that meeting with Mr. Stedman, you know, we obviously relied on him as the assessor, as the representative, and acted in good faith at all times, and didn't make any application for any kind of 485B, you know, graduating increase or anything like that. So I certainly understand that Mr. Tuttle is new in it, but when dealing with the city, we've always had, you know, Brian, I know, and I have had good relationships and rely on what they say, and they can rely on what we say, and we hope that at least be taken into account, because we honestly did rely on the acting assessor at the time in doing this, and I hope at least that'll carry some weight.
Well, I guess I understand what you're saying, Richard, but I guess if you're looking at the 45B, the improvements would have to be like, you know, capital improvements. You're saying that they were cosmetic.
No, we weren't. Like, I agree totally. That's what happened when we met with him, and he looked at the improvements and he saw what work was going to be done. He was the one that said, listen, these aren't capital improvements for the most part, and I'm not going to raise your assessment. I know you've been vacant for 3 years. So, I mean, we had a good conversation and relied on that. But I do understand exactly that. And that was his response to us, and to have us under oath.
Okay, all right, I understand now. Okay. All right. All right.
I just wanted to add the conversation that you had probably had with Mr. Stedman previously. I wasn't privy to that conversation, but according to permits that were pulled, it looks like that was a conversation that revolved around upgrades that were going to be around $100,000. But then some years later, now it looks like a year later, we're seeing improvements of $2 million. So I don't know if that would have swayed Mr. Stedman's decision versus $100,000 versus $2 million.
I mean, I just want to let you know that wasn't the conversation. We never said to him anything that it would only be 100. RCIL was paying for a lot of what they wanted done in there, so they could obviously pay as much or as little as they want. What we did describe is what needed to be done, meaning the repairs, the water damage, new lights, and Brian could speak to this too, but I mean, it was definitely never represented that there will only be $100,000 of RCIL would spend in occupying the space. Unless maybe Brian correct me.
No, that was never discussed. The amount was never discussed of $100,000. I never heard of that. And the other thing I'd like to point out is that RCIL did that press release. These were RCIL's improvements to existing space. So I don't, in $2 million, I don't know what the bill was for all of their furniture, but you just can't rely on all of that just because it's in a press release.
Well, it's also furniture that's theirs and they own and they're going to take with them when they leave. It's not something that's attached to the real property that would otherwise improve it. So, I mean, they can spend as much as they want on their interior stuff and computer systems and all of that. But in all fairness to Brian, it doesn't affect the value of the building at all. We're not talking about them putting in new HVAC systems or something like that. It's going to remain at the property.
So there was a new HVAC system put in on behalf of RCIL or not?
No, there wasn't one.
There was not, and all the existing HVAC was in place. 20-year-old HVAC Apex. So anything that was done was just improved.
Kind of hard for us to explain because understand because you have, a statement saying $2 million, which is a lot of money. That if it was strictly furniture,
David,
that would be.
Who made the statement?
It was a press release
by RCIL.
put out by RCIL.
Right. So it had nothing to do with me. Nothing. And again, why would we have to pay? Why would we get an increased assessment on ceilings and existing? You retrofit lighting. You put new carpeting in, and you paint. Why would there be an assessment? What is the real? We all know that wears out in 5 to 10 years. Why would that be an assessment?
I understand.
Increase of $444,000.
Well, actually, just
Brian, let me ask you a question. One last question. If you had to sell this property today, what would it be worth?
I have no idea, Dave. In today's market with COVID, you know what's going on with the real estate business right now. No one is looking for real estate. RCIL would never have been renting 55,000 square feet. Retail is taking it on the chin. I haven't had one call for a new tenant. So let me ask a question. Who's buying real estate right now?
Well,
We've made a major improvement to bring a tenant from downtown and shifted them over. And I don't get this. You almost doubled the assessment on a property. It's totally unfair, David. Totally
I understand. We will take a look at this, Brian, and if we have anything else that if we get together and if there's some other information, we'll certainly ask you to provide it to help us make a decision.
I don't think you can take a press release.
I just wanted to add one more thing, Dave. So in the press release, when RCIL said, I don't have it, so I don't know what their language was, but if RCIL spent $2 million because they bought new furniture, new computer systems, new everything, that honestly shouldn't be taken into account at all with respect to the value of the building. And unless there's some definitive
it doesn't say whatever. It just said over $2 million is invested in the project. They got funding from Empire State Development, Community Foundation, M&T Bank.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That could be equipment, that could be furniture, furnishing, computer system. It could be all of that, but I don't think it'd be fair to rely on that in any way to say that somehow relates to an improvement of the building or a capital improvement. So that's all.
All we know is $2 million was, invested in the project. That's all we have here.
But David, let me ask you a question. Furniture and fixtures you can increase an assessment on furniture and fixtures of a tenant?
No, I'm not saying, I don't know that that's the case, Brian.
Well, I don't think that, number one, the contract was not for $2 million on their renovations. That's number one. And number two, I really don't think you should be taking a statement like that and then telling me that the building was totally increased by $2 million when we really don't.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I simply said that $2 million, according to RCIL, they invested $2 million into it. Which is a lot of money to put into a building. So nobody's made a statement that it's increased.
I think for a building that was sitting there vacant in downtown Utica, keeping a tenant who's a non-for-profit and talking about the cosmetics we talked about, I fully don't, and plus talking to your assessor, I don't fully understand how you can almost double this assessment. I really don't.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at it and see if we can figure it out.
I hope so. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a call.
Okay.
Richard Cohen.
Has left the meeting.
Has left the meeting. Restroom is right over there. Can we step into executive session for a moment while we use the restroom? Dave, we're just going to step into executive session for a moment, okay?
Let's.
Dave, that means go to the bathroom.
Back out of executive session, continuing with grievance day.
Okay, Michelle, you ready? We'll feed you questions. Is that okay? No. I'm a consultant for grievance boards. It's okay.
I miss you.
No, I miss you too.
Boys and girls.
That was, how long ago? That was a long time ago.
Louis Abelov.
Has joined the meeting.
I'm in a meeting. I thought they were going to do it.
Good evening, Mr. Avalov. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor. Are you able to hear us okay?
I can hear you. I'm going to try to put you on speakerphone because I have Mr. Malagese here. So let's see if I can do this without messing it up.
Okay.
Can you hear me over the phone?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Dave, can you hear on your end?
Yes,
Yes,
I
I
hear
can.
you
Thank
clear.
you.
So does Mr. Malagese. Go ahead, sir.
Lou, this is Dave Williams, and I am the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review.
Oh,
And
glad
I'm
to hear you.
also
How are you, David?
good, and I'm also joined by Nick Bancari and Michelle Thompson.
Okay.
So go ahead, proceed to talk about your property.
Dave, can you swear them in first?
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I'm going to swear you in, Lou and Mr. Malachis. Do you promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
We do. I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, as you know, or I assume you know, if you've been in this area a long time, when I was growing up, or at some point, this was the Dunlap tire plant. It was built quite a few years ago, and it's been misused and abused with the result that it is loaded with asbestos in the tower. We've had Mr. Malagese had an environmental study done of the property, a phase 1, and I believe a phase 2 assessment. The property is contaminated with not only asbestos, but other contaminants as well. And before it can be made usable at all, it's going to have to be remediated. I think their estimate on remediation is in excess of, what is it, Jim? What did you say it was?
It was like almost $1 million.
Almost $1 million. I'm sure the city of Utica doesn't want to own it. I can't imagine the county wants to own it. And Mr. Malagese had high hopes of buying the property, finding someone to lease it so that it would generate sufficient money, at least that you could borrow on and clean up this property and make it usable. That's not an easy thing to do in this area unless you've got big government grants, as the downtown Utica looks like now as a result of all the downtown grants and the tax breaks. So, Mr. Malagese, do you have anything else you want to say about it?
Yes, the reason why it's this late, I had an attorney in the beginning, Norm Deep. He was representing me to get to the taxes before the first year, and he didn't make it. He got sick. He got deathly ill, and he was in the hospital. And all of a sudden, we ended up skipping grievance day. It was very important for us to get on the thing. I was very upset, but what can I say to him? You know what I mean? The man almost died. But we cleaned the building out. We all the debris inside. It looks very good, but we have the issue of the asbestos and possible PCBs. And like I said, like Mr. Abloff had said, we had CNS out of Syracuse. I paid for phase 1, phase 2 of the property, and they got that on record. In the beginning, my goal was to get brownfields because of the history of this building, and it's historical. It's actually a historical site. If you go online, I mean, I got pictures galore of this building being built. Quite impressive. And so now my goal was to get a developer involved, make loft apartments, to do pretty much what the city's already been doing. And this is the gateway. This building's the gateway into the city of Utica. But I keep up with it. I keep the lawns mowed, the interiors kept up, doing as much as I can do. At this point in time, there's going to be a lot more money that's going to have to be pumped into it to make this a goal. Either to, I don't want to sell it. I'd rather, get tenants in there and fulfill the dream that I want to do with it, and make loft apartments, get with a builder. As you well know, you get with people, the different people that are, that have serious money to do this. And at the point in time, we didn't expect COVID to knock us down. All of us, none of us did, but we still been at it, trying to get companies to come in and partner up with us to turn this into brownfields, and to really, I'm appealing to you guys is that the taxes, there's no money being made, and I'm maintaining this building. I already put a big garage door on it. I've repaired walls. I've repaired the button the place down so nobody can get into it and or get hurt, and just fixed all the water mains and everything else in the building. I've already spent a considerable amount of money doing that, and I'm not that person that wants to hit it and run and take whatever I could out of it like it has happened in the past. But my plea to the board here is that until we get something up and running with it, until we get something that if we get pliable tenants, or if a buyer comes in, you know what I'm saying, and wants to, that's what we're looking at right at this point in time.
Okay.
You have any questions, David?
Yeah, Mr. Malachi, when you purchased this, what was your business plan for this property?
Business plan was to turn it into loft apartments and to develop it.
And were you going to be the developer of it? Or were you looking for a developer, or you decided not to do it, or?
I was both, actually both.
Okay.
Like I said, until money got tighter when this COVID happened, most of our businesses went, we could have pumped in more, money, I had to take monies and save my own business, so to speak. I own Jay's Auto on Erie Street. I've been there for 20 years. And that's that building I own down there too. But anyways, that's what we were going to do. We were developing it, and as we go in stages, of course, anything doesn't happen overnight, but we were trying to get the brownfield, the brownfield study, so they come in and help us for historical. And this is what we were doing, making the place, having a plan, and also I had, what do they call that? Architect. I had an architect drop some plans for us. We were going to the city of Utica. Jack Spaeth walked the building with me with Mr. Williams, Mark Williamson, or Williams. He was the previous controller, if I'm correct.
Dave, they're speaking about you, Dave.
Oh, it might have been me. I retired in 2019 as the assessor. Possibly could have been me.
Yeah, remember we walked through with Jack Spaeth,
Yep.
and you told us that, what we had to do. You had to have a plan, you had to come in and you had to have a plan written and what you guys were going to do. You know what I'm saying? So.
Dave, this isn't the type of property that you can buy on speculation and expect to flip it. This is going to be a long-term development. It's not happen overnight, but they'll do it as quickly as they can, given the fact that times are a little bit different than they were a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years ago. The economy was just starting to recover 2008 when this pandemic hit, and this is an old building. lots of space, but a lot of problems.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the building, yeah. Question, Mr. Malagies, you have the property, it says here on your form you filled out, your grievance form, you have it out, you've listed for $995. Anybody interested?
We first put it out for 300, and I do believe it was 329. The realtor had listed it for 329 after finding out all the contamination that was behind it. So we adjusted the price to, I think she switched the price twice already. So it was like, so the third price was like 1.2 million, okay? Because of all the cleanup that has to be done. And as you would know, no one's gonna touch this building unless that is cleaned up, unless the site is clean. And that's what we're right now. And we might have possible people, we don't know. But that's to be determined, once things start clearing up. But right at this point in time, we're still moving ahead to get this stuff, the brownfields, and I'm still pushing ahead for this.
Okay.
Dave, I think the problem here is that when, yes, would we like to get, or would my client like to get 1 million or 1.2 million? But anybody who comes in is going to say, who's got that kind of money, is going to say, okay, we're going to assess what it takes to clean it up and deduct it from any purchase, which essentially means that if my client's going to succeed with this business, this development, he's going to have to set it up for a rental, a long-term rental basis, so that there's a return on investment, because nobody's going to pay $1 million for the square footage there without having to clean it up.
Okay. And you have that the owner states on his application that the market value is $10,000. How did you arrive at that amount?
I'll tell you, Dave, I threw a figure in, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. Frankly, I think with the environmental assessment, it would be a minus figure, but I didn't think it would be fair to the city to put a negative figure on the complaint, and so I picked up $10,000. You can say it's minus $10,000, because I don't know anybody who would buy it now knowing the cost of cleanup and put any kind of value on it.
And you've done a phase 1 and phase 2?
Yeah, Jim tells me he has had it done, yes, by an outfit out of Syracuse.
Okay.
CNS.
All right. And they're giving you a number, what it's going to cost?
I don't have that in front of me, but we can get it for you.
Well, that'd be a big help. All right.
My legal assistant went on vacation this morning, so I'll get it, Jim. And you give me an email address, or I can mail it. And if I mail it, you should have it in about a week. But if I can email it, we can get it to you.
You can send it to Christopher Tuttle. Christopher, you want to give me your email?
Yes, email addresses are on the website at cityofutica.com under the assessors page. The email is simply ctuttle@cityofutica.com.
CNS was the company that did the study on the property, finding the contamination. It's our obligation from their report to find a contractor and get a price from that contractor how much he will charge to clean the property up. They're the ones. It's like the asbestos removals. They do that. You get the study, and then you got to hire a contractor, and he's going to give you the price.
You've gotten some estimates, right? Or
no?
They haven't gone out and gotten estimates so they can pay for them.
Okay.
But need to give to anybody who shows an interest, and they don't want to lose the building, and the next person is going to have the same problem with it.
So CNS out of Syracuse, I'm sorry, just referring to my notes, I want to make sure I had written everything down correctly. CNS out of Syracuse, they completed phase 1 and phase 2?
Correct.
And do you have a cost associated with that that they had given you?
Yes, it was $12,000, and I still owe them another $3,000. I've already paid them $8,000. $9,000 I gave them already, and he completed the study. And then there's another phase that we would have to do with them. And I think the total bill after it's all said and done is going to be like $19,000.
Cost of the environmental assessment.
Yes, the environmental assessment.
Okay.
So the phase 1 and the phase 2, that total was that was the 12,000, correct?
That was the $12,000. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Nick, Michelle, do you have any other questions?
No.
All right, we'll take this under consideration, and you'll receive a notification from us by October 1st.
Appreciate your attention to it.
Okay.
Take care. Take care, people.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Provide you with anything.
No.
Who was able of,
Has left the meeting.
It's scary when it talks back.
Yeah, they're leasing for $2 per foot.
They are?
Lease or purchase, lease starting at $2 per foot.
No, the listing.
Yeah, the listing.
Okay, I'm going. Thanks, Frank.
So they've got it on the market for $1 million, I guess, is what
Yeah.
they're.
Well, and it's for lease as well for $2 a square foot.
Right, which is pretty expensive for cold storage or whatever, I guess, you know. Well, good luck. All right.
Hi, David.
Could you even use
I'm
it as
leaving.
that?
All right, Frankie.
I'll talk to you soon.
See you later.
No problem. If you guys need anything, you know how to get a hold of me. Any wants to review or anything, okay?
Thank you.
Bye.
Dave, the next one we're going to do, looks like we have about 3 left. It looks like residential from here on out. So the next one we're going to pull is 513 Lansing.
Yep, got it. And this is a single-family home? Lansing.
Yes.
Lansing.
Single family. They initially filed a grievance based on looks like a damaged garage, but we not have that on inventory. So then he provided comps. So we're dialing him in just a moment. But we don't have the garage listed or valued.
I'm looking at this.
Renato Stitch
Has joined the meeting.
Good evening, Renato. This is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, good evening.
Hi, Dave. Can you hear on your end okay?
I can. Renato, my name is David Williams. I am the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review. And also on the Board of Assessment Review is Nick Moncari and Michelle Thompson. And I'm going to swear you in now, okay?
Okay.
All right. You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All right, so go ahead and tell us why you're here.
Basically, I'm here to grieve the assessment on the home on 513 Lansing Street. I provided 3 comparable homes with more square footage than the home. And I'm sorry, I'm not really good at speaking, especially over the phone. So if it sounds like my voice is gargled, that's why. That sold much under what the market value is assessed at the home. I've also had damage due to loss of a garage that I believe determines that the assessment on my house should be lowered from the current status that it's at to what was submitted on the application.
So there is a garage. Is there a garage on this property right now?
There is. There's a garage that suffered damage that will have to be removed once I get my taxes. But yes, there was a garage that suffered structural damage that would have to be removed at the beginning of the year. But yes, damage to that garage, I believe.
You've removed it?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So did you remove the garage?
No, the garage will be removed in the beginning of the year.
End of the year, end of this year.
It's not repairable.
The reason we asked is because it looked like we had a garage on there, right, Christopher?
No, there is, but it'll be removed. There is. That was included in part of my grievance.
Christopher, what do you have for your records? Do we have a garage on this or assessment?
We do not, Dave, we do not have a garage listed on inventory.
Okay. Okay, all right. So Renato, how many square feet does this property have?
Roughly 1,500.
Okay. All right, and we'll take a look at the sales. We'll look at the information that you provided us. Do you have any questions, Nick or Michelle?
No questions.
All right, is there anything else you want to add, Renato?
No, just as if you could review in terms of like the homes that I provided, they're a couple hundred more square feet and sold well under what my home is assessed at point of sale in their recent sales. And just hope that you guys take that into consideration in terms of once you're reviewing my grievance.
We will take a look at it and you will receive a notification from us by October 1st.
And will that be in the mail?
Yes.
I appreciate you very much for your time, guys. Thank you very much. You guys have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. Bye-bye. Renato Stitch
has left the meeting.
That one went pretty quick. Dave, the next one that we're going to do is another residential, 1249 Kasuth. And that, I think, is it Paul or Jeff? Jeff Hetzinger is going to be representing the owner of that property. He did an appraisal for it. I gave it to you as well. 1249 Kasuth, yes.
So should we get the owner name, Paul?
It's going to be Jeff.
Okay.
It's going to be Jeff. Jeff, same last name though. Sorry, Augustine. They switched.
Oh, it's a ranch.
No, I think it's a. I can't see. Oh, maybe.
Oh, okay. On the appraisal, there's a photo of the property.
Yes.
Which is much different from what we have in our city records. That's for sure.
Yes. We're taking a new picture soon.
This is on the market for $129,900.
I don't know. Which number do you want to use? One you wrote in. All right. So can you, Jeff, we have like you do this number. Sorry. obviously they use sales in there.
Yeah.
Christopher, what's the, remind me, the equalization rate?
59.5, Dave.
No.
Jeffrey Hatzinger
has joined the meeting.
Good evening, Jeff. My name is Chris Tuttle, City Assessor in Utica. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Chris. Thank you.
No problem. Dave, can you hear on your end?
I can. This is Dave Williams. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Review.
Yeah, Dave, Jeff Hatzinger. How are you?
How are you, Jeff? Good to see you.
Good, good.
And
Good to hear.
I also have Nick Moncari and Michelle Thompson, who are also on the board. And I'm going to swear you in.
I'm ready.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, so go ahead.
Well, thanks for your time. I know you folks are busy, so I'll keep it short and sweet. My name again is Jeff Hatzinger. I am a professional full-time appraiser in the city of Utica. I've appraised thousands of properties over the past 28 years. This year, I was hired by the Orange Tree, who owns 1249 Cassuth Ave. I have no ownership interest in this property, to look at several of their assessments in the city of Utica. And quite honestly, I found the vast majority of them to be extremely accurate, as I generally find assessments in Utica to be. 1249 Cassuth was not. 1249 Cassuth is a single-family ranch with 1,056 square feet, one-car garage and a full basement, 3 beds, 1 bath, on a 60 by 222-foot lot. It's about 1 block south of Arthur Street in East Utica. I completed an interior and exterior inspection of this property and also a professional court-ready appraisal, which I included with my grievance, and you folks probably have a copy of it there. What I did was photograph the interior and exterior as well. There's a bunch of pictures of it for you to see. The house is in overall average condition, no deferred maintenance noted, but no recent improvements noted. So from there, I went and found 6 comparable sales, recent comparable sales in East Utica. And those sales are also detailed in that report and photographed. I inspected them all. I confirmed them all and used MLS when it was available. Those sales sold between $68,000 and $87,000. I took those 6 sales and I made nominal adjustments to them, which you would see on the adjustment grid of the appraisal. And I determined the value of the subject property to be $72,000. The property is assessed for $95,000, so I felt that it was worth making a grievance. And that's it.
The property is assessed for $60,000.
Full value $95,000. Yes, you're right.
$95,000, okay. So, okay. And I see that the owner bought this for $85,000 in 2008.
That's correct.
Okay. So you're saying the property values have decreased?
No, I'm saying the condition of the subject has decreased.
In what way?
Depreciation. Just basic wear and tear over time. So, no, I'm not saying anything about values. That was a non-arm's length transfer that I believe involved multiple properties, but you can see that on your card.
The Orange Tree bought it in 2008 for $85,000.
Right, and you guys have it listed as a non-arm's length transfer.
I don't know.
Well, it's on the assessment card, which you can see.
We'll take a look at that. So.
Sure, go ahead. So I appreciate the time. That's really all I've got for you. We've got an appraisal there. I wanted to include it with my grievance and show it to you, and that's all.
All right. So I see we researched this. It's on the market now for $129,900. Has it been sold?
That is incorrect. The property is not listed for sale. This is 1249 Cassuth.
You're looking at one of the comps, I believe, Dave. Comp number 1 that they provided.
I got it. Next spot. All right. So it's not listed right now, but all All right.
It has not been listed since it was purchased.
All right. All right, well,
to my
if you have
knowledge.
any other questions, we'll take a look at this and look at the sales and everything like that, and we'll get back with you.
Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Jeff?
Jeffrey Hatzinger.
Has left the meeting.
All right. Well, he'll be hearing on October 1st regardless.
Yeah, seems a little low. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, we're not in executive session, so that does not matter.
All right.
Dave, we have one more that you don't have that came in this afternoon.
Okay.
Would you like to go ahead and call them? Because that's the only one we have left.
Okay, sure.
So that is, it's not on there. I'll give it to you in 1 second. Where did I put it? Oh, yes. Oh, right here. So Dave, that's another single family home. And that is 1142 Ontario Street.
Okay.
And we have an assessment of 55,200.
Yep.
And they are requesting an assessment of 39,100.
All right. Do we have any sales or?
They, I couldn't get this to you. They provided comparable assessments, so I can copy this and get this to you where you can see it at the next meeting. They provided comparable assessments, not sales.
Oh, okay.
But they just purchased it.
Well, what was the purchase price?
156,9.
And what are they requesting?
39,100.
Okay.
And it's going to be Joe Hobica. He's going to be representing.
Okay.
So give us just a second and we're gonna. Joe Hobica. Mm-hmm. Yep. And we're gonna dial him in, Dave. I don't know if he'll answer.
Okay.
That's the one they just submitted. So you guys are the only one that have that right now. Dave doesn't have a copy of that.
And the sale price was 156?
Correct, 156,9.
Okay.
Correct.
Creative man.
I like it. He didn't answer. He didn't answer, Dave. Maybe give him one more jingle. Or you can just read it. Here we go.
has joined the meeting.
Good evening, Dave.
Hello.
Chris Tuttle, City Assessor. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Dave, are you able to hear on your end?
I am. Mr.
Hey,
Habaika,
Dave.
this is Dave Williams. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment
I
Review.
realize that. Yes.
And also on the Board of Assessment Review is Nick Moncari and Michelle Thompson.
Okay.
I'm going to swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. So you can go ahead and proceed and tell us why you're here.
Well, I'm here on behalf of my daughter and her boyfriend who own that house. I don't have the application in front of me. I'm in my car, and I wasn't aware that this was going to occur at this point. But the application that I submitted lays out comparables which demonstrate that the assessed value of the property should be significantly lower. I want to say somewhere around 39,000. I don't have the particulars in my hand, so I can't. But the comps demonstrate that based on what I submitted.
Okay. Can you tell us, did they recently, I don't have the information in front of me, so I apologize, but
they purchased it in, I think they purchased it in hold on a minute. Give me a second, I gotta pull over.
Just a year
So
ago.
they purchased it a year ago. You know, it looks like the value should be about $39,100. It'd be $26,808 for the building and $12,300 for the land.
what was
And that's based on an average assessment of $23.64 a square foot.
What was the sale price?
The selling price?
Yes.
Yeah, hang on. Chris, do you have that application by any chance?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
it was 156.9.
I'm sorry, did you hear us, Joe? Yes, we have that. It was, the sale price
Yes,
was
156.9.
Yes. So again, Nick and Michelle are here at City Hall with me. Dave is virtual, so he does not have a copy of this grievance in front of him. So are you able to go over with them how you came up with the, it looks like you compared assessments rather than sales. Are you able to go over that with the board for them, especially for Dave since he does not have that?
So 1142 Ontario Street, which is the subject property, had a total assessment of $55,200. It was $12,300 for the land and $42,900 for the improved areas, for square footage of 1,134 square feet, which came to $37,083 a square foot. I'm sorry, and so the subject contains 648 square feet on the first level and 486 square feet on the second level. Then what I did was take comparable assessments. For example, 1140 Ontario Street, that was $55,500 as an assessment, $12,500 for the land, $43,200 for the improved area. It had a total square feet of $1,278 square feet and that came to an average of $33.80 a square foot. Then there's another property which is on Ontario Street, doesn't have a number, 331.31-2-31 That had an assessment of $52,400. The land was assessed at $12,900, with the building being, or the improvements being assessed at $39,500. It had 2,302 square feet for an assessment per square foot of $1,716. Then 1128 Ontario Street is assessed at $51,800, $12,900 for the land, $38,900 for the improved areas. It's 1,824 square feet, which comes to $21.32 in a square foot with regard to assessment. Then 1129 Ontario Street, that has an assessment of $39,000, $9,600 for the land, $29,400 for the improved area. It has 1,196 square feet for an average of $24.50 assessed value versus square foot. And then 1128 Ontario Street has an assessed value of $51,800, and that comprised of $12,900 for the land and $38,900 for the improved assessment. That's got a total square footage of 1,824, so that assesses out at $21.32 a square foot. So they have an average assessment per square foot of $23.64 a square foot. Applying that to the improved area, it should be $26,808. Adding in the land assessment of $12,300, and that's how I came up with $39,100.
Now, Joe, speaking along those lines, the $39,100 of an assessment, that's working out to a market value of around $65,000. Can you speak to the sale price then of $156,000?
Yeah, I thought that my daughter and her boyfriend went overboard and way overpaid for this postage stamp of a house. It has one bedroom, and you know, they like to refer to the upstairs as having something that purports to be a bedroom, but it's not even big enough to put a double bed in. So, you know, and they're include, you know, and downstairs is small as well. So it basically has a living room and a kitchen.
So if you're thinking that they had overpaid on the property, gone a little overboard, I mean, they've gone $100,000 over?
You know, I don't know how to address that other than, you know, the reality of the situation is that, you know, bringing the assessment of this property into equity with the other properties in the area that are similarly situated, yes, the property by all rights should be assessed at the value that I've arrived at or something close to it.
Okay, well, I don't have any more questions. Nick, Michelle, do you have any questions?
No questions.
No, they're set up.
We'll look this over very carefully, and you'll receive a notification from us by October 1st.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye now.
Thank you, Joe. Good night.
Yep, bye.
Dave, would you like to...
Has left the meeting.
Dave, do you want to step into executive session with Nick and Michelle?
I would, because I would like to set up some dates for future meetings.
Okay. So give us just a moment. Give us just a moment, and we'll try to figure that out. We're going to step into executive session.
We need to sit and go over these and make our decisions. And if we can come to a date on it.
So the other ones did not want to.
Well, we got everybody together here.
I'll keep everything here for you guys.
I'll bring the
A little light reading if you want
Yeah.
to sit.
We're live. We resumed from executive session, and we are now adjourning for Grievance Day. Chairman of the board, do you have anything to add before we adjourn?
No, very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
All right.